Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Energy and Public Utilities, whether in regard to his recent mission to Turkey, he will A. State the purposes thereof, indicating if he has had discussion with the Turkish authorities for the leasing of a power ship to Mauritius, and if so, give details of the power ship project, and B. Give details of the total cost thereof, indicating the composition of the accompanying delegation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, suite au récent changement de gouvernement en novembre 2024, mon ministère fait le point sur la situation du secteur énergétique et s'est depuis activement efforcé de trouver des solutions pour répondre à la demande énergétique croissante du pays et éviter toute interruption de l'approvisionnement en électricité. Il a été convenu au niveau gouvernemental de solliciter l'aide des pays amis et partenaires internationaux stratégiques pour faire face à cette situation critique et urgente. Dans ce contexte, le soutien des autorités turques, chinoises, françaises, par l'intermédiaire de l'AFD, et indienne a été sollicité. Je souhaite informer la Chambre qu'une délégation indienne de haut niveau est actuellement à Maurice pour aider mon ministère et le CEB à relever les défis du secteur de l'énergie. Cette délégation de 3 personnes rencontre actuellement le CEB, la Marina, l'IMO et d'autres parties prenantes concernées. Concernant la partie A de la question, j'ai effectué une mission officielle en Turquie du 21 au 23 avril 2025 afin d'explorer les possibilités de collaboration dans le domaine de l'énergie. J'ai été accompagné du président du CEB. Au cours de la visite, j'ai rencontré le ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources naturelles de Turquie, où j'ai eu l'occasion de donner un aperçu du secteur énergétique de l'île Maurice et des défis énergétiques critiques auxquels nous sommes confrontés en termes de demande d'électricité. Suite à une augmentation substantielle de la demande de pointe, il convient de noter que la Turquie a connu une transformation significative dans son secteur énergétique grâce à une importante production hydroélectrique, à la déréglementation de son marché de l'électricité, et à d'ambitieux projets d'énergie renouvelable. J'ai sollicité l'aide de mon homologue pour relever les défis immédiats auxquels notre secteur énergétique est confronté et trouver des solutions plus durables. Le ministre turc a indiqué que la Turquie, son pays, possédait une expertise significative dans la technologie des barges électriques, qui avait été déployée avec succès dans d'autres pays, car elles offrent des solutions flexibles pour la production d'électricité immédiate. J'ai également rencontré le vice-ministre des Transports et des Infrastructures publiques qui m'a assuré de son soutien sur cet enjeu national. Et il a mis en avant des solutions de remplacement énergétique telles que l'éolien, le solaire, pour soutenir les secteurs non électriques. Les discussions avec les autorités turques ont porté entre autres sur les moyens et les solutions pour faire face à une situation énergétique immédiate, ainsi qu'à celle à moyen et long terme. Je tiens à souligner que le CEB, Madame la Présidente, a lancé en 2022 une demande d'information auprès des développements potentiels pour la fourniture d'électricité via des services de barge. En 2022, 18 propositions ont été reçues des candidats potentiels originaires d'Allemagne, des Émirats arabes unis, de Hong Kong, de Corée, de Chypre, de Finlande, de Malaisie, de la Turquie, des États-Unis, du Japon. Comme je l'ai indiqué précédemment, Madame la Présidente, depuis ma prise de fonction en novembre 2024, j'ai été informé des défis majeurs auxquels le CEB est confronté quotidiennement. Compte tenu du vieillissement de ces unités de production, de l'absence d'augmentation significative de ses capacités, de l'augmentation de la demande d'électricité et des retards importants dans les projets d'énergie renouvelable prévus. À cela s'ajoute la situation financière du CUB, catastrophique, qui accuse un découvert d'environ 7 milliards de roupies. Durant l'été 2024-2025, le CEB a dû faire face à une augmentation sans précédent de la demande, équivalent à 567,9 MW, du jamais vu, soit une augmentation de 42 MW par rapport aux années précédentes. Les prévisions du CEB pour 2025 étaient de 544 MW. Vous réalisez 544 MW et nous avons déjà eu 567, presque 568 MW. Afin d'éviter toute pénurie d'électricité, le CEB a déclenché son protocole d'urgence pour demander aux hôtels de passer leurs générateurs de secours. La demande aurait atteint ce jour-là environ 600 MW. On aurait été en délestage complet, le load power shedding, ce qui aurait été très probablement entraîné des délestages dans tout le pays. On estime que les hôtels ont allégé la charge du système d'environ 40 à 45 MW en se déconnectant de nos réseaux. Entre le 22 et le 25 avril 2025, le CEB a connu un revers majeur. Cette année-ci, entre le 22 et le 25 de cette année-ci, le CEB a connu un revers majeur, une importante pénurie de capacité. Les unités de CTSAV IPP, CTSAV 1, 37 MW, CTDS IPP, 30 MW, Fort George G8, 15 MW, Nicolet G2, 20 MW, étaient toutes hors du réseau simultanément en raison des coupures de courant forcées. De plus, une capacité d'environ 65 MW était indisponible pour cause de maintenance programmée. Face à ce déficit important de la capacité de production, équivalent à 167 MW, le CEB a dû gérer la demande d'électricité pendant la pointe du soir grâce à des hôtels partenaires et leurs générateurs de secours. Madame la Présidente, outre le CEB m'a informé qu'il y a une demande totale de fourniture d'électricité d'environ 87 MW de la part des développeurs des projets, des promoteurs d'une centaine de projets, qui est en attente, car le CEB n'a pas la capacité suffisante pour répondre à une telle demande d'ici janvier de cette année-ci. Afin d'améliorer la situation, à court terme, le gouvernement a prouvé que le CEB utilise en urgence une barge électrique pour alimenter temporairement le pays en électricité jusqu'à la mise en service d'une nouvelle capacité de production. Compte tenu de la demande croissante en électricité, qui pourrait atteindre plus de 600 MW au cours de l'été prochain, donc en septembre-octobre de cette année-ci, la capacité de la barge électrique devrait être comprise entre 90 et 110 MW. Elle fonctionnera dans la zone portuaire. Le CEB a lancé le 18 juin 2025, il y a quelques jours, un appel d'offres international pour l'achat d'énergie électrique à partir de la barge électrique, par le bail d'un appel d'offres public ouvert, dont la date de clôture est le 15 août 2025. Mon ministère a contacté le ministère des Affaires étrangères, de l'intégration régionale et du commerce international pour transmettre le communiqué de presse à nos missions diplomatiques à travers le monde, afin d'en assurer une diffusion maximale. Mon ministère et le CEB ont obtenu l'appui, il faut bien le dire, mon ministère et le CEB ont obtenu l'appui de la Facilité africaine du soutien juridique, ALSF, pour la fourniture d'une assistance technique, entre autres, pour un examen indépendant du document de la demande de proposition, le AFP, relatif à l'exercice ci-dessus, la préparation d'un modèle de contrat d'achat d'électricité, un PPA, à signer avec le soumissionnaire retenu, ainsi qu'un soutien pendant le processus d'appel d'offres et d'évaluation. Afin d'accélérer le processus d'autorisation du projet de barge électrique, des réunions de haut niveau ont été organisées avec les ministères concernés, D'autres infrastructures concernant les installations d'interconnexion sont en cours. Madame la Présidente, en ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, je suis informé que le coût total de la mission s'élève à 695 millions de roupies. 695 000 roupies. Non, j'ai voulu vérifier si de l'opposition m'écoutez.
Yes, Honourable, your first supplementary question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Le ministre de tutelle est malchanceux. Il parle de délestage de puissance. En 2019 à 2025, il n'y a pas eu un seul jour de délestage de puissance, Madame la Présidente.
Question.
Yeah, I'm putting my question.
No, that was not a question.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether he has been invited by the Turkish government to carry out this mission, and whether, apart from members of the Turkish authorities, he met also representatives of companies manufacturing power barges, and if yes, can he provide the names of those companies?
Monsieur le Ministre.
Non, je n'ai pas été invité par les autorités turques, mais on a pris des contacts avant de partir. J'ai rencontré que les autorités turques, les deux ministres responsables du dossier énergétique en Turquie. Madame la Présidente, il faudra bien dire que j'ai jugé utile et nécessaire d'effectuer cette mission officielle en Turquie dans un contexte où notre pays explore activement des solutions alternatives pour renforcer sa sécurité énergétique. D'abord, nous ne maîtrisons pas cette technologie. À travers le Request for Information lancé en 2022 sous le mandat de l'ancien ministre, nous avons appris que la Turquie, entre autres, s'est perfectionnée dans ce domaine et dispose de ce fait de l'expérience requise. La Turquie, il faut le rappeler, fait aujourd'hui figure de référence mondiale en matière de powership. Ces unités flottantes de production d'électricité qui offrent une flexibilité opérationnelle précieuse dans des situations d'approvisionnement critique. Durant mon séjour, je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, c'est bien de le souligner, j'ai eu l'occasion de rencontrer le ministre turc de l'énergie, ainsi que le ministre du transport, avec lesquels j'ai eu des échanges approfondis sur le savoir-faire technologique turc, les capacités de production et les cadres réglementaires des conditions de déploiement de ces infrastructures maritimes. Madame la Présidente, avant de demander au pays, au Conseil des ministres, de s'engager dans un tel projet, qui, je le rappelle, n'a jamais encore été réalisé à Maurice, il était de mon devoir et indispensable de discuter, de partager, d'écouter, d'apprendre de l'expérience d'un pays et d'un gouvernement qui maîtrise pleinement cette technologie. C'était mon devoir de le faire avant de demander au pays de s'engager avec une barge pour 4 ans, 5 ans, avec une technologie que nous ne maîtrisons pas. Donc, la mission en Turquie, c'était une mission pour apprendre, pour savoir, pour pouvoir ici pousser le dossier et voir si nous allons pouvoir, d'ici janvier de l'année prochaine, au plus tard janvier ou décembre de cette année-ci, nous sommes condamnés à augmenter plus de 100 mégawatts sur notre réseau. Sinon, nous allons subir les délestages partiels ou complets sur le réseau du CEP. Et comme je l'ai dit, je vois que le leader de l'opposition est un peu impatient. Vous aurez le temps de poser toutes les questions que vous voulez. Mais c'est important parce que nous avons 87 mégawatts de demandes concernant des promoteurs, des projets dans le pays qui attendent à ce qu'ils soient connectés sur notre réseau. Il était de notre devoir de s'assurer de ce que nous faisons va dans la bonne direction pour le pays.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Allez-y.
Yeah.
Deuxième question.
Yeah, second question. There's a big difference between an RFI and an RFP, Madam Speaker. The Minister should know that. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether an environment impact assessment has been done prior to the launching of the request for proposal for the leasing of a power ship in Mauritius?
Monsieur le ministre, vous savez très bien, Monsieur le leader de l'opposition,
Non.
vous savez très bien que...
Monsieur le Ministre, c'est à moi que vous parlez. Ne lui parlez pas. Vous devez...
Je peux le regarder.
Si vous voulez. Regardez-moi.
Madame la Présidente, c'est connu que je l'ai précisé à plusieurs reprises que ce projet ou d'autres projets vont se faire selon les normes de l'environnement. Nous n'allons rien faire, absolument rien faire, pour mettre en danger notre environnement. Il est clair que the International Convention for Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL Regulation, imposes a 0.5% sulfur content in fuel oil for all ships, effective à partir du 1er janvier 2020. C'est la clause 2.2 of the regulation qui est relevant to the power barge comme stimulé. Je lis cela pour l'attention de ceux qui nous écoutent. All non-Mauritian ships coming to Port Louis shall, upon entering the territorial sea of Mauritius, use fuel oil with a sulfur content of no more than 0.5%. This includes vessels engaged in offshore bunkering operation. In the RFP, potential bidders will be required to compile with all environmental norms prevailing. Merci, Madame.
Yes. Third question.
Yeah, if there is no EIA report or EIA license, Madam Speaker, there is no project. Now, I believe the Honourable Minister is aware that CB power plants operating in the region of Port Louis have reached the maximum acceptable emission in terms of air pollution. And the following power plants using heavy fuel oil, that is Fort George, Saint Louis, and Fort Victoria, all the three have also reached their acceptable limits in terms of emissions of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide as per a feasibility study undertaken. I'll put the question, Madam Speaker, in 2011 and 2012 from Mott MacDonald. I'm tabling the report. Therefore, can he give assurance to the House and the population that the addition of such a barge operating with HFO will not have an adverse impact on the quality of air in the region of Port Louis?
That's the question.
Madame la Présidente, on me fait savoir que the successful promoter will have to go through a strategic EIA. This will be done.
In due course.
In due course, of course. Madame la Présidente, j'ai écouté la question du leader de l'opposition, mais encore une fois, j'ai l'impression qu'on change de rôle. Qui a été, Madame la Présidente, il faut bien le dire, qui est responsable de l'état de nos machines aujourd'hui? Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, je ne m'adresserai pas au leader de l'opposition, mais permettez-moi de le regarder dans les yeux de temps en temps. Au cours des 10 dernières années, oublions les 10 dernières années, au cours des 5 dernières années, Je le dis avec tout le sérieux possible. Aucun projet énergétique majeur n'a été ajouté au réseau, à l'exception des projets de Saint-Louis mis en service en 2017. Depuis, rien. Pendant que la demande augmentait en flèche, pendant que moi, ici, dans l'opposition, je posais des questions au ministre actuel, je posais des questions, pendant que la demande montait en flèche, pendant que les observateurs s'inquiétaient de la situation énergétique, aucun effort, aucun renforcement de notre capacité de production n'a vu le jour. Il ne s'agit ni plus ni moins d'une faillite énergétique. Une faillite énergétique de qui? De l'ancien ministre de l'Énergie, assis ici, qui se présente, qui aujourd'hui ose me demander, après 6 mois comme ministre de l'Énergie, ose me demander qu'est-ce qu'il va se passer avec les centrales que nous avons à Port-Louis, alors qu'il sait très bien que ces centrales ont une durée de vie, ont déjà eu plus de 30 ans. Les centrales des IPP, plus de 35 ans. Les centrales de Saint-Louis-Haute, plus de 37 ans. Des machines qui tombent en panne tous les jours. Et il me demande aujourd'hui que ces machines... Il ose me demander que ces machines... Il ose me demander, vraiment, ça me rend frileux d'entendre ce genre de questions, alors qu'il a dormi pendant des années sur les caprices et les soucis du CEB. Aujourd'hui, ils viennent parler que ces machines vont émettre des émissions qui n'est pas permissible dans l'île Maurice, alors qu'il y a 7 mois de cela, vous étiez responsable de ces machines.
Regard to what...
Please ask a question.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
each
going
time you have made a statement before the question. Ask a question.
Oh, you're telling me that, Madam Speaker? Okay, I'll do that. The Minister made reference to all engines operating at the level of the CB. Is he aware, for example, that for the engines at Fort George, there is a report from the manufacturer that these engines can run for 10 years more? Is he aware of that? And I'm tabling the report, Mr. Speaker.
Encore une fois, Madame la Présidente, il a parlé, l'ancien ministre avait parlé de beaux parleurs. Je vais répondre à votre question, Monsieur le ministre. Je vais répondre à votre question. Je vais répondre à vos questions. L'ancien ministre sait très bien que ces machines qu'il est en train de dire pour citer des rapports d'experts, que ces machines peuvent rouler encore 10 ans. J'ai dit dans ma question initiale, j'ai dit dans ma réponse initiale, nous avons eu plus de 167 mégawatts haut du réseau, monsieur le leader de l'opposition. Ces machines que vous parlez qui peuvent tenir encore 10 ans, ce sont des vieilles machines qui tombent en panne chaque jour. CTDS tombe en panne, Nicolet tombe en panne, Fort Victoria est tombé en panne, CTSAV 1 est tombé en panne. Qu'est-ce que vous avez fait? Et aujourd'hui, vous avez l'audace pour ne pas utiliser. Vous avez l'audace pour ne pas utiliser d'autres mots. Vous avez l'audace de me dire que ces vieilles machines vont pouvoir rouler 10 ans encore. Alors moi, je vais, Madame la Présidente, je vais me fier à un rapport qui dit que ces machines vont pouvoir rouler 10 ans alors que quotidiennement ils sont en panne. Je ne suis pas disposé à vous suivre dans votre irresponsabilité. C'était l'irresponsabilité pendant 5 ans. Et moi, je me suis étonné ce matin quand j'ai vu la PNQ adresser à mon ministère pour me dire qu'un ministre qu'un ministre qui a été là pendant 5 ans, qui m'a laissé sur un volcan, aujourd'hui ose me questionner après 6 mois si le ridicule et la honte pouvaient tuer.
Fourth question.
Yes. Another question, Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Minister. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House as to why the efficiency of the power ship has not been mentioned in the RFP, knowing very well that gas emissions and cost of electricity production is directly related to the efficiency of the plant?
Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition essaye de jouer sur les mots. Essaye de jouer sur les mots concernant les émissions, concernant ce qui n'a pas été mis dans le RFP. Je dois préciser que nous avons eu, bien sûr, l'aide de l'ADFF, c'est une banque africaine qui a déjà négocié de tels projets au niveau international, mais je ne sais pas si le leader de l'opposition a lu le RFP. Je dois préciser s'il l'a lu, mais je ne sais pas s'il l'a lu à l'envers ou à l'endroit. Mais je dois préciser que le RFP mention efficiency. And the proposal will be evaluated on efficiency. Est-ce que j'ai répondu à votre question? Et il me dit qu'il a lu. S'il a lu, il doit bien voir que le RFP mention efficiency.
Madam Speaker, in the RFP, the leasing period will be for 5 years. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House why the duration of the lease will be for 5 years, knowing very well, and he has said that, renewable energy projects, including the REHF, will come online in the first quarter of 2026, as stated in the RFP document under paragraph 3.
Madame la Présidente, une précision. Dans le RFP, c'est précisé 5 ans, mais il y a aussi un exit clause. Il fallait dire ça aussi. Pourquoi omettre ce 4 ans? Mais il faut dire, monsieur le leader de l'opposition parle des projets d'énergie renouvelable. Mais est-ce que vous réalisez, Madame la Présidente, c'est important, permettez-moi de le dire, pour la population qui nous écoute, l'état actuel de notre réseau énergétique national, il serait irresponsable de taire les lacunes structurelles héritées d'une gestion antérieure marquée par l'inaction de l'énergie renouvelable, l'effet d'annonce, une déconnexion flagrante entre les ambitions affichées et les actions concrètes de l'ancien ministre. Vous savez, les discours publiquement engageant, vous vous rappelez, les 60% d'énergie renouvelable en 2060. Cela, Madame la Présidente, c'était convenu que ce soit sur notre réseau, les 60%. Vous savez combien on est aujourd'hui? À 17,6%. Y compris bagasse. Nous avons reculé de 23 et quelques ou 24% en 2014, quand nous avons quitté le pouvoir en 2014, pour arriver à 17,6% en 2025. Le leader de l'opposition, loin de progresser, cette vérité, madame, est indéfendable. Derrière, bien sûr, les discours séduisants, il y a eu, malheureusement, un vide, écoutez, un vide et opérationnel. Une incapacité manifeste à transformer des paroles en actes, des belles paroles. Ce n'est pas une transition énergétique qui a été engagée. C'est une fausse campagne de communication permanente. Ce sont des rêves qu'ils ont vendus pendant 5 ans.
allez, 1 minute, 1 minute.
One question.
1 minute to be shared between you.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House why CB did not consider the possibility of using BESS, because we have to meet peak demand, knowing well that we will have in the future to store energy produced from renewable sources, and on top of that, we know quite well that the power ship will produce dirty energy.
Madame la Présidente.
Yes, round
Oui,
up.
oui. Dirty Energy, mais ce projet Dirty Energy, l'IAE verra ce qu'il faudra faire. Mais pourtant, en 2022, vous, ministre, vous lancez un RFI. C'est dirty. Si vous dites que c'est dirty, Madame la Présidente, si leader de l'opposition...
How are we going? How are we?
Madame la Présidente, Madame la Présidente,
I cannot hear anybody. Let the minister talk.
Madame la Présidente,
Minister, last half a sec, 30 seconds.
je suis obligé de répondre, je suis obligé. Vous savez, le leader de l'opposition parle de dirty. Pensons une seconde qu'il a raison. Mais qui, en tant que ministre en 2022, a été chercher un RFP de base? Moi? Vous? Deuxième, Madame la Présidente, le leader de l'opposition parle de baisse. Les batteries pour le pic. Mais est-ce qu'il est au courant? Est-ce qu'il est au courant qu'au mois de février, mars de cette année-ci, les batteries que vous avez installées, Monsieur le ministre, n'ont donné que de 10% de la capacité installée. Et aujourd'hui, vous parlez de batteries. Dignité Naïba.
Thank you. Time is up. Time is up. Yes. Yes. Now we proceed. We will proceed with PQs. Honourable Babaji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B572.
I've learned that Minister of Financial Services will be responding to this one.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to PQ B572, addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister.
All right. I'm still learning, as you can see. It seems that you will not reply now because it is the Prime Minister's time. So the Prime Minister will answer to the second question. So your second question, Mr. Babaji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B573.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that since January 2025 to the 19th of June of this year, 14 cases of assault at 11 different public beaches have been reported at 10 different police stations. I'm tabling the details thereof. In regard to Part B of the question, I'm further informed that among the 14 cases reported, 4 occurred during weekends at Flic-en-Flac, Tombeau Bay, Saint-Félix and Baie-du-Cap public beaches, and 2 cases during public holidays at Montchoisy and Tombeau Bay, respectively. In 2 cases, 9 suspects were arrested and provisionally charged for the offence of assault with premeditation. Inquiries in all the 14 cases are ongoing.
One.
Yes?
Will the Honourable Prime Minister consider of of getting some SMF and SSUs at the public beach on weekends due to the number of assaults being occurred and short number of policemen.
Yes, in fact, this is being done during night time, especially both police presence together with SMF, SSU, and local police conduct roadblocks, vehicle checkpoints, and targeted alcohol and drug operations during those along the coastal roads.
Thank you. Yes, one more.
Will the Honourable Prime Minister consider of having some traffic management officers on the Ficanflac Road, especially as we got 4 or 5 hotels having delays during weekends, especially with a huge number of traffics coming from Ficanflac to Palma, direction to the airport?
That is a different question, doesn't pertain to the question, but yes, this is being done also.
All right. Is that all right now for Mrs. The Honourable Minister en dernier? At the end, okay. Quelle logique, franchement. Okay. So now, Mr. Babaji, your PQ to ministers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B574.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that out of the existing fleet of 11,153 contract car licenses, to date, 7,781, representing 70%, have been granted during the last 10 years. Prior to 2014, we only had 3,372 contract cars licensed, which itself reflects the strict and cautious approach to the issue of such licenses. From information gathered from the NLTA, there is no indication that a survey was conducted as regards to the demand and real need for such services on the market. As regards Part B of the question, I am made to understand by the NLTA that it does not have any record of the licenses issued as to who have recommended the contract car applications, and hence no information is currently readily available as to the number of contract car licenses issued for operations in hotel and tour operators. Extracting this information from over 11,000 files may be time-consuming at this stage. However, I wish to reassure the House that I have vehemently condemned this situation, and I have already instructed the NLTA to henceforth ensure proper record keeping whilst favouring the adoption of digitalisation prospects thereto, so as to enable information on the recommendations of such applications to be obtained at one click. Coming to Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I am tabling information relating to the procedures in the interest of time. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part C of the question, the NLTA has confirmed that all beneficiaries did satisfy all the eligibility criteria, that they produce all the required documents when they were assessed by the then licensing board. I am also informed that as from 26 July 2024, the criteria for submission of applications for contract cars were significantly eased, in spite of the fact that the NLTA was already receiving a large number of applications monthly. In that context, the supporting documents were acceptable, even from greenhouses as compared to hotels and tour operators previously. New applications did not require the submission of documents on parking facilities. No bank statement was required to prove financial capacity. No inquiry was carried out by the NLTA Inspectorate to assess the need for the applied licenses. I am made to understand that certificates of characters had to be produced only at implementation stage when application has already been approved, when this crucial document was previously required prior to the application being considered by the licensing board. Moreover, during the same period, these applications were decided upon by the officer in charge, then officer in charge of the NLTA, although the licensing board was still operational. The NLTA Act clearly stipulates that this is the power of the licensing board to determine application for contract car licenses. Without any authority, this power was exercised by the then officer in charge. Accordingly, 138 car licenses were granted during that said period.
All right? Yes, Mr. Duval.
Yes, thank you. May I ask the Minister, with regards to the lack of availability on the market of cars duly licensed as tour operators, as having the required license, is the Minister proposing to now reopen applications and the supply of these licenses? Because as the Minister may know, insurances and also tour operators are complaining that they are not finding cars to rent that are duly licensed. And as you also may know, there is a growing black market for cars that are being rented and which do not afford the limitations of liability, etc.
Yes.
Thank you. Applications were received up until about 3 weeks ago when there was a deadline. And I am given to understand that there are about 1,500 applications, which the licensing board will start hearing very soon.
Okay. Next question, Mr. Babaji.
B575.
Madame la Présidente, je suis informé par le Central Electricity Board que de janvier 2015 à ce jour, 1153 employés ont été recrutés au sein de l'institution dans divers grands grades techniques et administratifs. Parmi ceux-ci, 131 anciens employés du CEB Green Energy Company Limited et de CEB Facilities Company Limited ont été intégrés respectivement en 2021 et 2023. Sur l'ensemble de ces recrutements, 427 ont été effectués à la suite d'un appel à candidature dans la presse. Toutefois, il est noté que 595 recrutements ont eu lieu sans aucune forme de transparence, dans une opacité totale. À ce jour, l'effectif du CEB est passé de 1884 en 2015 à 2312 en 2025, ce qui traduit une augmentation substantielle du personnel au cours des 10 dernières années.
Yes.
Will the Minister inform the House, Madam Speaker, if there will be an inquiry on the transparency of the recruitment? The recruitment you just said has not been done in transparency.
Madame la Présidente, laissez-moi préciser qu'au-delà de cette hausse et de l'effectif, il est impératif de souligner que ces 10 dernières années, sous les mandats successifs des anciens ministres, des pratiques de recrutement pour le moins douteuses ont été observées. Le plus préoccupant, c'est bien que les honorables membres ici et vous, Madame la Présidente, vous prenez connaissance de cela, des recrutements ont été effectués pour des postes de techniciens qui demandent obligatoirement que vous ayez un NTC3. C'est un brevet technique obligatoire pour travailler au CEB. Donc, des recrutements ont été effectués, malheureusement, des recrutements ont été effectués pour des postes de techniciens sans que les candidats ne disposent du NTC3, ce qui est pourtant une qualification essentielle pour exercer cette fonction. Il est important de rappeler que le secteur de l'électricité est un domaine hautement technique, où la sécurité des employés eux-mêmes est en jeu. Une erreur, une seule négligence peut avoir des conséquences dramatiques. Madame la Présidente, cela témoigne d'un grave, pour répondre à la question de l'honorable membre, dysfonctionnement dans le processus de recrutement et de gestion des ressources humaines au sein du CEB. Une telle approche, où la compétence est exigée après coup, est non seulement contraire aux pratiques élémentaires de bonne gestion, mais aussi dangereuse. Le board du CEB, l'actuel board du CEB, a pris la décision depuis quelque temps d'offrir une dernière opportunité à 23 techniciens recrutés 7 ans de cela, qui sont concernés afin qu'ils puissent régulariser leur situation en obtenant un NTC3. Ce qui est particulièrement grave, Madame la Présidente, que sous la responsabilité de l'ancien ministre, suivez mon regard, certains recrutements ont été faits avant même que les candidats n'aient acquis cette certification de base, NTC3, ce qui n'est qu'après leur recrutement qu'il leur a été demandé d'aller suivre une formation requise pour obtenir ce NTC3.
Yes, Mr. Babaji, your first question.
B572.
That's it. Madame la Ministre.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to PQ B572 addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. With regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that no external grants were received from either India or Saudi Arabia for the implementation of the Heritage City project. I wish to inform the House that from information available at the level of my ministry, on 9 October 2015, the previous government decided that the then Ministry of Financial Services and Good Governance would be responsible for the development of the Heritage City project on a plot of land of 336 arpents situated opposite Ebn Cyprus City on the left of Bagatelle Dam. On 18 December 2015, the then government approved the setting up of the Heritage City Company Limited, a wholly state-owned company for the implementation of the Heritage City with a time frame of 3 years as from 2016. With regard to Part B of the question, Madam Speaker, I am informed that a high-powered committee met on 23rd February 2016 under the chairmanship of the then Secretary to Cabinet and Head of Civil Service and comprising the then Financial Secretary and Solicitor General to consider a due diligence report on the procurement of professional services of STRI, that's the name of a consultancy company, for an amount not exceeding $4.34 million. As per the report of the high-powered committee, the Heritage City project was to be implemented under a government-to-government arrangement between the government of the Republic of Mauritius and the government of United Arab Emirates. However, as per the files records at my ministry, there is no documentary evidence of any proper government-to-government agreed in this regard. We found a letter that has been signed by the chairman of PCFC Real Estate Development FZE and the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Financial Services, Good Governance and Institutional Reform, which talks about putting this in place, and it is already proposing to appoint STRI. So this company, this agreement is to appoint STRI Consulting, represented by Mr. Said Amir Sahid, to assist the government of Mauritius in respect of master planning, design, preparation and evaluation of bids. We could not find, Madam Speaker, any proper government-to-government agreement between the two countries. And following the decision, so remember the dates, the meeting of the high-powered committee happened on 23rd February 2016. Following the decisions of the high-powered committee, the then government approved on the 2nd of March, so a few days later, the procurement of professional services of STRI Consulting with the Heritage City Company Limited for an amount not exceeding $4.34 million for master planning and engineering design and government officers' schematic design. An agreement, so a contract was signed between Heritage City Company Limited and STRI Contracting on 17 April 2016. On 16 March 2016, an amount of $55 million was transferred from the Accountant General to the State Bank of Mauritius in favor of Heritage City Company Limited for implementation of the project. And from records available at my ministry, the total funds disbursed to STRI Consulting Limited through direct debit of SBM account of Heritage City was $102,795 rupees, equivalent to 39,716,981, detailed as follows. So 15 April, an amount of USD 234,795, equivalent to 8,382,181. And on 1st June 2016, an amount of 868,000 US dollars, equivalent to 31,334,800 rupees. These funds represented 20% of the mobilization and information gathering fees, including additional revision of the concept master plan for Heritage City and travel airfare. So in fact, Madam Speaker, 39.7 million rupees spent without any RFP, without any proper procurement procedure, and nothing done. It was just the mobilization fee. So nothing came out of it. And I was doing some simple calculation. 39.7 million down the drain. You know, a lot of, every week after week, we throw a lot of millions of scandals. But when you relate that, for example, our colleague was just talking about electricity. That would pay for 80,000 vulnerable households on social register if they 500 rupees for an electricity bill. 39.7 million, 40 million nearly, would pay 2,000 underprivileged families with water tanks and pumps so they could get uninterrupted water supply, as Water 24/7 was but a forever dream. So it was a lot of money wasted by the Ministry of Good Governance, but no good governance, no procedure, no. Madam Speaker, members of the House may be informed that the Heritage City Company Limited has already been wound up since 29 April 2020, and that is marked as defunct as per the records of the Register of Companies. And it is to be noted that the remaining amount on the bank balance of the Heritage City, to the tune of 123,214 rupees, was returned to the Accountant General on 28 January 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Yes, Madam the Minister, will you be able to inform the House who was responsible for that ministry and whether there will be a proper inquiry being carried out in regards to those?
That was Minister Oshibade.
Former Minister.
Will there be any proper inquiry being carried out in regards to this?
Yes, an inquiry will be carried out, and I must add that, you know, it's a disgrace that people like that are today down protesting on the street when they have squandered money like this.
All right, so we've finished with questions.
Motion.
Motion, yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Motion first, okay. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2, Standing Order 10.
Thank you. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by Ministers, none. Public bills, first reading.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, I'd like to move that the Gambling Regulatory Amendment Bill number 15 of 2025 be read the first time.
Motion is seconded. Yes.
Public bill, second reading.
Yes. Do you think it's a good thing to start? Yes. All right. Honourable Junior Minister, Mr. Damari.
Madam Speaker, fellow citizens, I stand before you today engulfed in a turmoil of emotions just like you. Experts believe that Mauritians will not and could not get paid pensions in the near future. As a patriot in a patriotic government, we cannot allow this to happen. On the one hand, I have my mother's brother who turned 59 a couple weeks ago. I know an elderly lady who has been working for 40 years. She's more than family, and she turns 60 in December. They're both deeply affected. On the other hand, I'm the junior Minister of Finance, and day in and day out, I see the precarious state of the public finances. As a caring and responsible government, we have and will always be sensitive to the public's deeply rooted sentiments. The mind, the rational, say yes to the reforms, yet the inner self has a sense of unpreparedness. Madam Speaker, this battlefield of emotions has triggered deep reflections in me and compelled me in finding meaning in the noise. There is a reason why we do things. The why is innate. It's existential in our DNA, in our core, in our soul. The why directs how we do what we do. The speakers of this House have very diligently canvassed the how and the what of this budget. And in the time allocated to me, I will try to focus on the why of our budget. The why is protect generations. The how is bridge to the future and budget responsibility. The what, pension reforms and structural reforms. But before I proceed with our why, I would like, Madam Speaker, let's pause for a minute. Let's think. Let's try to decipher the why of the previous government and their budget ideologies so that we get a proper understanding of our budget. First, the State of the Economy document prepared by the civil servants under the supervision of the Financial Secretary shattered the money illusion into brutal reality. There was a lot of variance in the debt, the budget deficits, in the accounting of GBC reserves into primary surplus, into mixing gross international reserves with net international reserves. Let's go back to the why of the MSM. Question: were the generous handouts of the MSM driven by social concern, or were they politically calculated to consolidate power? Was there a deliberate method behind the populist measures, a hidden agenda to sedate public opinion, to create dependence, to manipulate the masses? Mauritians are not naive. We know there's no such thing as a free lunch. A household that spends beyond its means goes into debt. So does a nation. 180 billions of rupees printed, distributed, vanished. 520,000 of debt per head. At the stroke of a pen, the MSM eliminated the NPF and defrauded the acquired rights of the workers. They taxed the workers through the CSG tax and left a deficit of 9.8 billion rupees. The MSM risked the very existence of pensions whose sustainability was already questioned by the IMF and World Bank in 2015 and 2021, and a working committee of the Ministry of Social Security in 2018. They didn't care about our people. They could care less about a downgrade from BAA1 to BAA2 to BAA3 during their mandate, as they didn't care about Mauritius being put into a grey list. So, Madam Speaker and friends, think deeper. Which organization hands out money and instills fear to build a network of control and dependency? Can we think? I would not like to use the word because it is not strong enough. The word is mafia. Did the MSM dare to run Mauritius on mafia-style control? Did the MSM try to shape our paradise island into the juggernaut-owned enterprise? If you think this is the why of the MSM, do not ever let those political bandits basking under the sun on the beaches of Maldives get their hands on public money again. Now, Madam Speaker, let me focus on our why. As we reimagine our future, we must ask, are we crafting a vision for the challenges ahead? Or are we just keeping a broken system alive? Former French Prime Minister Dominique de Villepin, in his piece, Le pouvoir de dire non, wrote that we are not facing a temporary crisis, but une bascule d'époque, a tipping point in history. He warns that our planet's finite resources cannot support infinite economic growth. This budget does not just accommodate the transition, it accelerates it with decarbonized transport and energy, investment in a circular economy, real focus on food and water security. This budget funds education, reforms health, supports local food sovereignty, rewards care and commitment. This budget invests in teachers, caregivers, creatives, and citizens. This budget says no to unsustainable consumption. This budget says yes to economic justice, so that all Mauritians, especially our youth, feel included. As Villepin writes, la vie devient marchandise, vidée de son mystère. Life becomes a commodity, stripped of its mystery. Let's not allow our policies to become the same. We must give our children reason to stay and our elders reasons to trust. Let this Parliament restore that presence. Let us lift our country morally as well as materially. Madam Speaker, let me now get to the how. This government is doing just that by building a bridge to the future through a multi-annual financial framework with three components. One, a 3-year macroeconomic financial consolidation plan. 2, a social compassion pact. And 3, a productive growth roadmap. Madam Speaker, let me begin with the 3-year fiscal consolidation plan that has 5 enablers. First, reduce debt from 90% to 80%. Second, reform tax architecture for taxation equity. I'd like to ask a question to the House. Do you know, over the past 10 years, what has been the effective taxation rates of some industry sectors, such as hotels, tourism, banking, insurance? You may be shocked. It begins at 5%, because in economy they introduced so many taxation allowances that was their effective taxation rate. And on the other hand, the common public was paying income tax, VAT, CSG tax, devaluation tax, inflation tax. It is this equity that we have tried to bring through fair share contributions. Third, we need to find efficiencies of at least 5 billion rupees over the next 3 years in public bodies. Fourth, this budget has made a provision of 15 billion to manage ESGs, environment, social, and governance risks. On the social front, we have made provision for adequate funding of the institutions for fighting drugs. This is a welcome change for families that suffered for far too long with the previous government turning a blind eye to their misery. This budget has taken major steps towards good governance. Fifth, this budget has made provision to manage macro-financial risk due to internal and external shocks. As we all know, we live in an unpredictable world with country wars, tariff wars, and trade wars. We need to securitize our supply chains and expand to new markets. This budget allocates funding to institutions to make Mauritius a safe and competitive haven. Madam Speaker, we chose not to increase VAT rates because our fiscal consolidation plan is rooted in social justice. We will return to a lighter tax policy in 2 to 3 years. Madam Speaker, allow me to delve into the second pillar of our multi-annual financial framework, social compassion, with the provisioning of 428 billion of rupees over 3 years on education, health, housing, and social security. Our workers-centric values of the Labour Party, MMM, REA, and Nouveau Démocrate ensure that the financial sustainability and equity of our welfare state for next generations are protected. As such, pension reforms are necessary to ensure multi-generational pension sustainability. A commission of experts is called upon to propose a financially viable and ring-fenced NPF 2.0. Madam Speaker, the budget has made provision for a number of social pacts, but in the interest of time, I'll move to the third pillar of the multi-annual financial framework, growth, based on 6 multipliers. 1, structural economic reforms. For example, ease of doing business, external competitiveness, and labor market reforms. 2, port, airport, digital, financial, and diplomatic connectivity as force multipliers. 3, the resilience of existing contributing sectors, for example, construction, financial services, and tourism. 4, the recovery of stagnating sectors, for example, local production. 5, innovative Mauritius for new economic pillars such as digital, AI, green and blue industrialization, and agri-resilience. 6, the Future Fund as an investment catalyst. Madam Speaker, all these opportunities, we are bringing them to Mauritius so that our children stay in Mauritius and do not emigrate outside. And we are confident that the multi-annual financial framework will yield the macro financial results in the next 2 to 3 years. Let us return to the why as I prepare to conclude. Allow me to share a vision. Picture a less young version of me walking along the Caribbean beach in 2050. And I see multi-generations of Mauritius with smiles in their face, children, the youth, women, parents, grandparents. I look at them, I smile and perhaps think, if only they knew how the 2025-2026 budget was a watershed moment. The Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister-led government, in which I was Junior Minister of Finance, brought reforms of the century, the pension reforms and structural economic reforms. The two leaders tried to mend a broken social system. They dared to challenge the status quo. Think of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, and Sir Sagar Ramgulam. They all have one thing in common. People, generations, enjoy the benefits of their decisions for decades, for centuries. On a personal note, both their directions and guidance are forging my character, courage, and conviction. Working with the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister is a lifelong journey of learning. And like all the members of this government, I am deeply touched and inspired by a statement of the Prime Minister in a recent interview. I don't want anybody else to carry this burden, and I accept my fate of going through tough times again to build a bridge for the next generation. That's leadership. Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and members of the government, thank you for your support. I haven't finished. Madam Speaker, this is very important. I always finish with a call to action. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to make a call for national wisdom. In the words of Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, who captures the spirit of responsibility and renewal so beautifully, quote, "The country has such a government today which is devoting every moment of the time and every rupee of the people's money for the balanced development of the country. For Sarvjan Hitaya, Sarvjan Sukhaya, a Sanskrit phrase meaning for the welfare of all, for the happiness of all. The pride of my government and my countrymen is connected to one thing, that our every decision, our every direction is linked to just one yardstick, that is, nation first. And nation first is going to produce far-reaching and positive results," unquote. Madam Speaker, we have made a tryst with destiny as one people, as one nation in peace, justice, and liberty. We are building the bridge to the future. Let's now make a pledge to build innovative Mauritius. With this, I commend the bill to the House. Long live our motherland. Thank you.
It seems to me it would be wise to suspend now, because nobody can do 40 minutes before 1 o'clock. So I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.
Honourable Attorney General,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as we draw to the end of this long session of speeches on the budget, it befalls me as the only non-elected member of the House to make my voice heard. Do not expect me to lambast the previous government for their clear failings or dissect the inaccuracies, and I'm being very polite, the inaccuracies of the accusations laid at the door of this government. However, it is my duty to ensure that some misplaced criticisms are explained away. The first one regards the inexact interpretation of the allowances paid to junior ministers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as per paragraph 48 of the annex to the budget 25-26, it is provided that, and I quote, the National Assembly Allowances Act will be amended to cater for the payment of allowances to junior ministers. The amendments will be deemed to be effected as from 22nd of November 2024. Everyone, including the two, there's no one here, but including the two, or maybe now three, members of the opposition, know perfectly well what the law provides in terms of allowances for every member of this House. Section 2, subsection 4 of the National Assembly Allowances Act makes provisions for allowances to be payable to the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Ministers, Parliamentary Private Secretaries, the Leader of the Opposition, including members of the opposition, as well as for junior ministers. However, the only omission with regards to junior ministers is the amount of allowances payable to them. Therefore, since junior ministers have replaced parliamentary private secretaries, they have been earning the same allowances as the PPS would have, and not a single cent more. Amendments will be brought to only cure an anomaly in the National Assembly Allowances Act, nothing more, nothing less. And those who have been wallowing in a deliberate misinterpretation of the annex to the budget on this question are not true patriots. Every member of this House has a sacred duty to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. To continue to make statements that create misconceptions and put doubts in the heads of many is just an irresponsible behavior. Now, of course, in light of what we have heard of the past regime, maybe we ought not be that surprised of the callous attitude of those sitting on the other side of the House. Call it naive, but I thought when I accepted to sit here that we would all, to the best of our ability and competence, properly ensure that the population is not misguided. I was obviously wrong. Let us therefore move on, in the hope that the nonsense will stop sooner than later. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the second point I will make here today concerns the pensions of retiring members, that is, persons who are no longer members of the Assembly. We have heard for calls from outside the House for those who are benefiting from a pension to forego that pension, and this in a bid to convince the people that they too are taking a knock, just like all those who will be affected by the reform of the old age pension. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it should be noted that the pensions of ex-members of this Assembly are governed by the National Assembly Retiring Allowances Act of 76. An ex-member will be eligible to a pension if he has served as a member for at least 2 terms. However, where an ex-member is elected again as a member of the Assembly, he shall cease to be paid that pension, but will in lieu be paid his allowance as a member of the Assembly, and in case his allowance as a member is less than the pension he was earning, that member will be paid the difference between the pension and his allowance. So today the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister do not obtain that pension. Indeed, the Leader of the Opposition also does not receive his pension as former parliamentarians, because at this moment in time they earn more in their respective capacities than they would be earning as simple ex-parliamentarians. Moreover, I will fail in my duty if I don't remind members of the Assembly, especially one particular member who is absent this afternoon, that one does not need to serve a whole term of 5 years to be eligible for that pension. If, for example, one has served as a speaker, albeit not being elected member of the Assembly, and that only for some months, that person is eligible for that pension, albeit proportionately. Members of the other side of this House know all this and have kept quiet, again, allowing the people to think that this was a big deal. It is not. And then, why have we not heard those ex-parliamentarians who are not sitting in the House today come out and say publicly that they are for this measure? The question why remains unanswered. This constant manner of hiding things, allowing the people to live in a state of incomprehension, is a crying shame and should be stopped. As I said, we have a sacred duty in this House, and befalls me, the only non-elected member, to have to say so. The third point, Deputy Speaker, sir, relates to the economy in general. So I'll confess I'm no expert in the matter, but I do have some neurons that permit me to gauge who might be telling the truth and who might not be. To do so, it is appropriate, is it not, to rely on independent views and opinions, to look, listen, and learn from those in the know who have been publicly saying what is the state of the economy and what are the obvious reforms that are needed. Let me say this, Moody's is not, as its name might erroneously convey, a person actors on his own whims and caprices. It acts on hard, undisputed facts. So does the World Bank, and so does any other financial institution for that matter. It's simple. If your earnings, whoever you are, do not permit it, you will not be granted banking facilities. Similarly, what this government has been harping on is that we have reached the red line. Going over the red line would mean absolute chaos. Those who are today calling this government unpatriotic and will then have to deal with rising prices and complete havoc. It seems some are under the impression in Mauritius that there is a God who is looking especially after us Mauritians, ready to save us from the excesses and failings of the previous regime, and that nothing bad can happen to us as a nation. Tout pour correct. To those I say, wake up. This is not reality. This is an illusion which you have been made to believe in. The quicker you realize that, the better for all of us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me now turn to the place of my office in this budget. I will begin with a figure, 350 million rupees. Yes, only millions. I'm not talking of billions here. That is the allocation made to the Attorney General's office. Out of 47 budgetary heads, we rank 35th in terms of size, a relatively modest share. And yet, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our role is anything but minor. My office is the constitutional compass of the executive. It is the principal legal advisor to the government of Mauritius. It drafts legislation, represents the public interest in litigation, and underpins the entire legal and institutional architecture of the state. Its work touches every branch of government and every citizen who looks to the law for protection, resolution, or redress. This work may not cost a lot to the taxpayer, but it is absolutely essential. Which reminds us that the capacity of institution does not depend on budgets alone. It depends on the clarity of the mission they are given and the hard work of its members to meet their objectives. This budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, calls on all of us to do better without much more in terms of means. For the whole government, this implies making smart choices and doing away with wastage. For the justice sector, this means putting the citizen at the centre of our reform. At the Attorney General's office, we are not merely updating legal texts, we are working to ensure that justice is fair, comprehensible, and accessible to all, and not just in principle, but also in practice. The Government Programme 25-29 sets out a bold institutional agenda over the next 4 years. We are tasked at my office to translate that vision into law, and much of our work is already in progress. Let me set the picture clearly. Since December of last year, 17 bills have already been introduced in this Assembly. Some major pieces of legislation, such as the Bail Amendment Act, the Financial Crimes Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Act, and the Representation of the People Amendment Act, which form part of a wider renewal of constitutional and democratic safeguards, have already been passed by this Assembly. 2 further bills are now ready for debate in the Assembly. The Revenue Tribunal Bill will replace the Assessment Review Committee with a permanent independent tribunal enhancing transparency, efficiency, and fairness in tax matters. The Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Bill will overhaul the 1973 framework, expanding eligibility, simplifying procedures, and opening up access to justice to those who need it most. Other reforms are also in progress, and 6 other bills are in the phase of finalization and will be introduced in the days coming, such as the Civil Appeal Bill, the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill, with the objective to clarify appellate routes, reduce procedural complexities, and ensure that litigants understand the path that lies ahead of them, whether they are victims, defendants, or parties in a civil dispute. Last but not least, the Courts Act will be amended with a view to simplifying and streamlining the procedure for an application for judicial review. The Mauritius Citizenship Amendment Bill is also expected shortly, as part of the broader effort to align citizenship law with evolving legal and democratic realities. This will include doing away with the arbitrary powers introduced by the former government, including what has been termed the Hoffman Law. So, Deputy Speaker, sir, all this legislative work is not abstract. It touches real people, people seeking bail, people navigating tax disputes, people trying to appeal or defend themselves, people challenging quasi-judicial decisions affecting their rights. It may be legislation not for the headlines of newspapers, but for the real change in people's lives, one step at a time, as I often say. It reflects our view that laws must be made not only to govern, but above all, to serve. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance was right in his budget speech to describe the judiciary as an essential pillar of our democracy. The courts are not only there to resolve disputes, they are sentinels of our Constitution, protecting rights, ensuring accountability, and keeping power within lawful bounds. In that spirit, this budget makes a deliberate and targeted investment in the working tools of justice. First, to improve how cases are handled and judgments are delivered, a dedicated e-judiciary system will be introduced, first for the Chambers matters and then at the registry of the Supreme Court. This is a long-awaited development that will help reduce delay and improve access to information across the system. Second, Rodrigues will see the introduction of a judicial court recording and video conferencing system, ensuring that remoteness is no longer a barrier to judicial effectiveness or procedural fairness. Indeed, the physical environment of justice is not being neglected. This budget makes provision for the renovation of the old Supreme Court building, the rehabilitation of the timber roof at the Flat District Court, and a new system enabling online payment of court fees and fines, which will simplify daily interactions between citizens and the judicial system. These are only the first steps. By the end of its mandate, this government will need to have invested in the rehabilitation of the other district courts. Their infrastructures have been left in a state of decay. For too long, the general public has been left to see falling standards in our system, being mirrored in the leaky roofs, cramped corridors, cracked benches of our courtrooms, and the infamous failings of the air conditioning systems. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the foundations of institutional justice are being reinforced. A national crime agency will be created to bolster investigative capabilities across complex, cross-border, and organized criminal offenses. And critically, a new prosecution service will be established under the leadership of the Director of Public Prosecutions, without prejudice to his prerogatives. This will follow the structure of the Crown Prosecution Service in the UK, but tailored to our own local needs and reinforce the independence of prosecutorial functions. At the same time, a Constitutional Review Commission is expected to commence its work in the coming weeks. Its mission will be central to the accomplishments of this government. Its success or failure will determine the long-term credibility of our institutional reforms. It will allow for a principled and inclusive review of our Constitution with a view to strengthening checks and balances and reinforcing public trust. From electoral reform to a new generation of rights, drafted by Mauritians for Mauritians and passed by a parliament with a clear mandate to do so, it will usher in a new chapter of our progress as an independent nation. These constitutional reforms, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will be accompanied by other novelties which will change how citizens interact with government. A freedom of information law will allow greater transparency and accountability in public administration. A framework for the public interest litigation will also be developed, allowing matters of broad societal concerns to be brought before the courts with fewer procedural barriers. At the same time, the office of the DPP will be supported as the apex prosecutorial authority. Bodies such as the Public Service Commission will see adjustments to their statutes to ensure efficiency and freedom from political interference. The guiding philosophy, therefore, is restoring public trust, restoring constitutional balance, and restoring the citizen at the center of the legal system. This is the spirit in which change is being pursued, not for partisan gain, not to be popular, but to rebuild methodically and durably the legal order on which our democracy depends. All these reforms, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, legislative, institutional, procedural, infrastructural, indeed point towards a nation built upon the rule of law, with a justice system that is both efficient and fair. My office will continue to play its role in that process, quietly, but with determination, and we will support the work of Parliament with well-drafted legislation. We will advise government independently and in good faith, and we will work with the judiciary to ensure that the architecture of justice in all its components improves. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is why I support this budget. It is not an exercise in spending to please. It is an exercise in restoring sense and the restoration of public confidence in our courts, in the prosecutions, in our court procedure, and in the inherent fairness of our democracy. And this is perhaps the most vital project of all. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Minister Shubo.
Mr. Speaker, this budget is being debated in a particular moment. We are at crossroads, at global and planetary level. we are living in defining times and moments for humanity, the planet, and the people of Mauritius. We might even say we are living in times of existential times. This budget is being debated while the world may be at the eve of World War III, with nuclear exchange back on the agenda after the end of the Cold War in the 1990s. This is the first real existential crisis facing humanity since this time. This budget is also being debated in times of ecological crisis, when almost all what is called the ecological boundaries have been crossed. Climate boundaries, being one of the critical boundaries, have also been crossed. All the worst scenarios are now on the table. We are living in Anthropocene epoch, a new geological time when the very existence of human society and civilization is at stake. This is the second existential crisis we are into as a society part of planet Earth in crisis. The third global crisis is the crisis of resource and wealth grabbing. 10 men possess the equivalent of 50% of wealth of the humanity. This is not an existential one, but a social political time bomb upon which many societies are sitting. To conclude on this introduction, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, sir. As everyone knows, war, even if it does not result in nuclear exchanges, together with the eruption of ecological disasters every day on the planet, generates in parallel other serious crises, be it economic, social, and political. It is worth mentioning that almost all human societies, including Mauritius, are now fully embedded within global capitalism. This is not an ideological position, but an objective fact upon which we act in policy making. Our agenda. This government has a triple objective and agenda, bringing democratic, electoral and constitutional reform, as highlighted by my colleague, Attorney General, integrating rights of nature within the Constitution and judicial framework, and in parallel, establishing socio-economic model within new economic and social order in rupture with the prevailing model. This is an ambitious agenda. To ensure transformation and reform, progressive reform of social and economic reform, I would add ecological order. A new social contract is of utmost necessity. Consensus building is critical. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we in the Alliance du Changement have won a formidable landslide electoral victory, but we have not yet succeeded in building a new social contract, social dialogue with inclusiveness and participatory democracy. This budget and the measures contained in will be our litmus test in defining whether we will be able to forge this new social contract, this new social consensus. This budget, and mainly its proposal to raise the age of eligibility of old-age pension from 60 to 65, have raised genuine and healthy concern by Mauritians. We respect these genuine concerns and protests it generated last Saturday. The structures we have set up, that is the 2 ministerial committees and other potential spaces, should aim at understanding this genuine and healthy concern of many citizens, workers, women, the poor people, the youth, and the small-scale producers and operators. But at the same time, we have to strongly oppose some opportunists, the previous MSM regime, and some economic quarters who are sliding on this genuine social concern to promote their own political and economic greed agenda. They are the ones responsible of the socio-economic and indebtedness crisis upon which this government has had to act in this budget. I also regret the maladie infantile, I must say, obsession infantile, of a tiny few trade unionists, and I need not to mention them here, against me and Resistance Alternative this recent week. And as if their first objective was to discredit me and Resistance Alternative, not to change the pension reform. Be it as it may, in these times of multiple crises at global and local level, successful governance means co-evolving in dialectics with social contradiction and social protest. This is and will be the challenge of this government. And I must say that there are already significant acts in this direction by our government. Besides promptly responding with the setting up of 2 interministerial committees, this government, and in particular the Prime Minister, promptly reacted to ensure that social protests scheduled by the trade union movement not be interdicted by the sabotaging act of an MSM nominee who wanted to deny the access of gendarmes to the unions. This was almost a social blasphemy, as the gendarmes, besides being the historical host, race-tracking of so many generations of Mauritians, besides being the host and so many of my colleagues, is also the cradle of the working class struggle in Mauritius. The Labour Party was born in 1936 there, and the first Labour Day too was celebrated in 1938 there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me briefly give an outline. I will not repeat what my colleagues and honourable members of the majority have said, and which I fully agreed. This budget, on the one hand, proposes new framework to optimize and sustain our commons, that is land, mainly agricultural land and ocean. This budget proposes a pathway for energy security as well as massive transition to renewable energy, with some elements of people's-led production with agri-solar farms. This budget proposes to make innovation and knowledge a pillar of the future Mauritius. This budget proposes a shift from focus on estate, property, and rancher capitalism to a more production-based investment. On the other hand, this budget proposes a rupture in fiscal and tax regime prevailing for more than 20 to 25 years to introduce new tax on the rich, including on dividend and segments of capitalist class, to ensure a fair share contribution. Even if this fiscal regime is for 3 years, this shift should be commended and cannot be denied by socialists and the union movement. In parallel, this budget is proposing a substantial pension reform to raise the year of eligibility of BRP from 60 to 65. The above significant policy measures has been justified on the basis of the state of the economy, the level of indebtedness of our country, long-term sustainability of pension system in Mauritius. Let me recap the history and evolution of the pension system in Mauritius. First, we had the slavery and indentured labor. Well, pension didn't exist. People were only needed for their courage and labor force. The first pension, as I mentioned when replying to the PNQ of the leader of the opposition, came in 1956 with the birth of the old age pension. From the social unrest of 37 and 43, it was the product of the struggle of the Labour Party and the first generation of working class struggle and trade unions. Second moment is the post-independence era, 1976 and 1978, where the National Pension Scheme, a public contributory system, despite fear opposition from this sugar oligarchy and rich and middle class at the time was enacted by Parliament, by this Parliament. The National Pension Scheme provided a widespread coverage, being a contributory benefits as well as non-contributory benefits. This was part of the emerging post-independent welfare state, the very welfare state that some people supposedly intend to defend now. The welfare state at the time this welfare state was supposed, the pension system, the NPS, was supposed to be enhanced, and there were a lot of impediments due to the objection of the rich class lobby at the time. Maybe some people can get access, I won't read it because of time constraint, of the Hansard when the National Pension Scheme was enacted in 1976. There are lots of knowledge in understanding the whole pension system in Mauritius. The next historical moment was in 2008, when a reform of the retirement age and old pension benefits and the age of entitlement was proposed. The unions and the people of Mauritius raised concerns at the time, protested, and finally a social pact was concluded. The age of retirement was raised to 65, but old age pension eligibility would be maintained was maintained at 60, as well as the right of any employee to retire on optional basis at the age of 60 and be entitled to retirement benefit under the previous labor law, and was also entitled to reduce pension under the National Pension Scheme at 60 years. Then came 2020. 2020, while the people was bleeding under COVID, a series of crime was committed by the then government and Padayachi, the ex-finance minister of the previous government. First, they abolished the National Pension Scheme. It wasn't in their manifesto. Anybody can go and read. All the people of the MSM people who was on the street should have brought their manifesto and show the people what was written and was not written in the manifesto in 2019. So they abolished the National Pension Scheme. Commentaire de plus. In parallel, they created the MIC for big corporates and their cronies. They subsidized all the corporates and gave more than 21 billion rupees of public funds to the corporates. These are the figures that I obtained as a trade unionist when I was not in the Alliance du Changement. Alongside, the insatiable greed took over, and with all the tenders and contracts dilapidating public money while the people were bleeding. While they dismantled the National Pension Scheme, many employees were receiving some 5,000 rupees of pension per month. So they decided to stop it for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 generations. This was a crime. I have figures where categories of employees were receiving even a higher pension at the time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, they dismantled the National Pension Scheme and set up their famous CSG. They're based on erroneous assessment. They said that the National Pension Fund was not sustainable. This was far, far from reality. The reality, as I said last time, is that the National Pension Fund now, after the abolition of contribution, is paying contribution, in 5 years have been paying contribution of around 200 billion rupees to all employees who were part of the National Pension Scheme. So the contribution was abolished, and the 20 billion rupees is coming from benefits derived from investment of the National Pension Fund. So imagine what the size of the National Pension Fund would have been had they not dismantled the National Pension Scheme in 2020. They set up this in parallel when as I said, my officers have now testified that they said they wanted the National Pension Fund to pay the 4,500 rupees that they promised in the election in 2019. And they tried to force officers in my office to pay 4,000 rupees from the National Pension Scheme. And officers in my office said that this is not possible because the National Pension Scheme have contributing members. And what need to be paid has to be paid to contributing members and not to non-members of the fund. And this is where Padayachi get angry and he decided to eliminate the National Pension Scheme. As I said, this was the treason at the time. And in fact, I think we need to reflect what happened in this bleeding moment. Not only they dismantled the National Pension Scheme, but they put the CSG, they created the CSG supposedly to pay the 4,500 rupees that they promised in the election of 2019. But in reality, the basic retirement pension is a tax-based pension. It's not a contributory-based pension, okay? It's a tax-based. That is, you pay the pension from tax collected, okay? And this is independent on the number of people, young people or workers you have at any particular moment in time, because it's tax-based. You can have less people working, but you have lots of wealth created, okay? So it's a tax-based. And they decided at this time, in fact, what in reality happened was that all the people of Mauritius were contributing to pay for the BRP by price increases. We were not only bleeded by COVID, we were also bleeded by massive price increase between 2020 and 2024 and 2024. This is how the BRP was paid. It didn't rely, CSG was not the only contributor to be part of the BRP. They also used taxpayers' money, indirect tax, to pay the BRP, the increase in the number of beneficiaries of the BRP. This is how the volcano, the crisis has been generated. In the present moment we are in. In the present moment and in this budget, this government, our government, has proposed a major pension reform. The core, not the only, the major part of it is the eligibility of to benefit the basic retirement pension, long ago called old age pension. Let me give some figures. It's my duty to give some figures. As at June 2025, we have 272,033 people beneficiaries of pensions. The amount payable as at June 2025 is 55 billion rupees, 323,000 to 50,323 million rupees. Second, I must add, this is being mentioned for the first time, that on top of the basic retirement pension, there was 1,000 rupees for all beneficiaries from 65 to 74 years old. this 1,000 rupees is being maintained in the context of the reform. In addition, for all beneficiaries between 75 and 87 years, there was a 2,500 CSG retirement benefit. This too is being maintained, and all the entitlement, 1,000 rupees, and all the entitlement of 2,500 rupees for our senior citizen, 800 and more, they are being maintained. And this must be very clear to the Mauritians. Secondly, we need to understand that in 2019-2020, there was roughly the budget spent was 20 billion. And in 2024, the budget spent was more than 51 billion. This means that there was an increase of more than 150, not to say 175%. And this has to be taken on board. Let me add, as mentioned in the budget, all all BIP, basic invalid pension beneficiaries, will be paid pensions up to 65 years. According to figures I have, this will beneficiate some 5,856 persons with disability entitled to BIP. Also, all beneficiaries of basic widow pensions, they are totaling 6,929 people. They will be beneficiating the basic widow's pension. I must also stress that as at date, nearly 40% of beneficiaries of BRP are in employment. Nearly 40%. It's, in fact, our figure gave 39.66% in the first year, 61 years. In the second year, it's 31.64. In the third year, that is 63, it will be 28.57. And then 24%, 22%, reaching 15% of the beneficiaries are working. Most of the beneficiaries are from private sector, and the rest of them are from public sector. The reason given for this pension reform, apart from the state of public debt, is known. I won't repeat it, is life expectancy and population growth projection in the coming 50 to 100 years. I must also stress, seeing some of these people on the street last Saturday, mainly Parayachi, leader of the opposition, Pravin Jagnnath, that some of these people, when they were in government, they themselves recommended the raising of eligibility for basic retirement pension from 60 to 65. This was part of a technical committee paper that they produced, where there were 10 recommendations. Among the recommendation, the number 10 recommendation, I read it, 10th, to increase BRP eligibility age to 65 years. This is theirs. They should have brought it to Sean Moss with them and distributed it to my fellow comrades of the trade unions. There are 10 recommendations, all of them aimed at jeopardizing the pension, the BRP, or the eligibility of the BRP. This is their document. It's a document dated from a committee which met in 2016, 2017, up to 17th March 2017. So the people need to know the real culprit. Now we, the government of the people, we are the government of the people, for the people. We have heard the public concern and the genuine protest. This is why, as I mentioned, 2 interministerial committees have been set up. The 2 ministerial committee, I must stress from the cabinet decision, is to look into possible support to those persons aged between 60 and 65 years employed in sectors in difficult work conditions and eventual means-tested eligible housewives and mothers. This committee will be presided by the Prime Minister. The other one is under my chair and will look into possible support to persons in a state of health-related inability to work. I am pleased to inform the House that the second committee will be called on this Wednesday to discuss and look into the possible support for people who have disability. There is a possibility that the 2 committees merge to look into both terms of reference as decided by the Cabinet, but also to take on board other concerns, other considerations raised by the people and Mauritians. And the second, I must also mention that in the budget there is a small but important amendment to pension benefits. All people going abroad for medical purpose will be able to stay 12 months instead of 6 months abroad, and their basic pension will be maintained. This is very important. In the budget, it is also mentioned that the medical board, the famous medical board that so many Mauritians complain about, that the medical board will be transferred in hospital and further developed within the reform that the committee number 2 intends to propose to include reform, the disability benefits reform, and the reform for people aged 60 to 65 who can't work for health reasons. Let me add a few words as Minister of Social Integration in Mauritius. As you know, I have 2 portfolios, Minister of Social Security and Minister of Social Integration. And let me say at the very outset that the present House needs a snapshot of poverty situation in Mauritius. And based on the latest figures from Statistics Mauritius and the poverty analysis of 2023 published in 2025, on the basis of the 2023 relative poverty line of 12,378 for one adult member household, and 20,200 for a household comprising 2 adults and 2 children, there were an estimated of 29,800 households, or 101,900 persons in relative poverty in Mauritius, representing 8.4% of the total population. I think it's important for members of this House to note that the report of poverty stated a very, very, very important facts, a very important analysis. It says that government transfers, basic pensions, and other security benefits like social aid, free health services, education, and public transport play a key role in bringing down poverty. Without these transfers, the poverty rate would have been 36.4% instead of 7.3%, the actual poverty rate. Consequently, and this is very important for the nation to know, the number of poor households would have increased from 29,800 to 148,500. So this is why what we are discussing now, that is the reform of the pension and the reform of the tax regime, is of prime importance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me highlight some of the social benefits mentioned in the budget. The government, conscious of its role in providing support to the most vulnerable one, to this effect, An array of schemes is being provided for the financial year 2025-2026 to eligible households of the SRM. 500 million under the subsistence allowance providing support on a monthly basis to 7,300 households. 65 million under the child allowance scheme to encourage 6,000 children monthly to attend school. 11.2 million under the school premium scheme to reward around 480 students who succeeded in grade 9, SC, HSC, and tertiary education. 3 million under the free examination fees scheme to support students to take a second attempt at SC and HSC. 500,000 to around 50 students under the waiving of administration fee scheme to follow full-time course at MITD and other recognized tertiary institutions. 800 million rupees under school material scheme to provide school materials including bag, uniform, shoes, copybooks, and stationery to 12,400 students beneficiaries. 300,000 rupees under the creche scheme in respect of children aged between 3 months to 3 years as an incentive for their admission in a registered child daycare center, thereby allowing their mothers to take up employment or following a training course. Let me say the NEF is high on the debate agenda. Let me remind the House that the total grant allocated to the National Empowerment Foundation has been increased to 267 million rupees, amounting to an approximate 5% increase. The fund dedicated to the National Social Inclusion Foundation has also been increased to 1.3 billion rupees. As of today, some 530 NGOs and non-profit organizations are registered with the NEF. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me conclude now by saying a few words, political words. You know, my party and myself have been the target of harsh protest these recent months, and especially the recent week. We do understand these views, for we are one of the symbol of the working people and social justice in this country. In a sense, being the target is commensurate to the values and program we defend. But let me reassure the people that we have decided to be part of the Alliance du Changement for the following reasons. First, to get rid of the MSM and its mafiosization practices during its reign. And we have succeeded 50% of our mission in the last general election. Second, I would say the other quarter of our addition to the alliance is to bring fundamental democratic, electoral, ecological reform within our constitution, which will be a legacy for our children for the next 50 years. Third, the last quarter, the 25% remaining, is to govern and apply the best policies, especially socio-economic ones, in favor of citizens, workers, pensioners, and youth. Our main in deciding such policies is the immediate and long-term interest of these social classes. And as stated, Resistance Alternative promote the best we can, inclusiveness and participatory democracy in defining these socio-economic policies. During the last weeks of social turmoils, I have met and had conversation, many people don't know, with almost all the leaders of the trade union movement and many in the civil society movement, in number 4, my constituency, and various regions of the country. Despite all, let me say it loudly, none of them want Resistance Alternative to quit this alliance. We are here and we will stay in this alliance to meet our objective. Many of us have witnessed attempts to explode this alliance, they have all failed. Now that some of us are not on the streets, we will defend the best we can our point of views, our values, and the people's interests within the government as long as we can. The butterflies here, flying alongside the people, as well as alongside the key of the Labour Party, the heart of the MMM, and the freedom tree of the ND. May peace, justice, and liberty prevail in this critical time we are living. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yes, Honourable Mr.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, I beg to move for the adjournment of the debate.
Need to be seconded. Honourable Burrell, second. The question is that the debate now be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 25th of June at 3 p.m.
Motion seconded.
Yes.
Yes, DPM. Second. The question is that the House be adjourned to Wednesday, the 25th of June 2025 at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.